Today is the day. I just realized my fly is unzipped. Probably fix that. Great start. Today is the day that I finish, or at least beat the game of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. My audio working? Audio working? Yes, it is. Okay. I'm mute. So there's a couple things I want to take care of first and foremost before we do the main story mission. There's no audio on my mic. Let me fix that. Before I do the main story mission, I'm hoping that this will be the last time that I do the naval missions. So let's go ahead and go into the naval fleet. So, Gulf of Mexico, no new missions. Southern British colonies, no new missions. Eastern British colonies, no new missions. Eastern Canada, no new missions. Northwest Europe, no new missions. Bay of Biscay, no new missions. Portugal, no new missions. Mediterranean, no new missions. North Africa, no new missions. Cape Verde, no new missions. South Africa, no new missions. And finally, South Atlantic. We have done every single naval mission in the game. We no longer have to do Kenway's fleet. Next order of business before we do the main story mission, and this will be the last thing that we do, is if we go into Edward upgrades and we go into sword sets, I do want to point this out. You are actually not able to get all of the swords in the game because this sword, Persian scimitars, and this pistol set, Captain's wheel lock pistols, you only unlock them by completing community challenges. Community challenges is not the same thing as Abstergo challenges. As far as I can tell, what community challenges are is God, I can't think. What community challenges are is essentially like an event that was with Assassin's Creed 4 at launch that Ubisoft has since quit playing. So what that means is we are no longer able to do do the naval missions, the community challenges, which is kind of stupid, but it's something that we have to deal with. What I'm gonna try and find is location.
Faster, lads! We're losing ground! Look, there! Get in!
What I'm gonna try and find is location of a social chest. Problem is, I don't know where it could be. Apparently, it's found the governor's mansion in Nassau, is where I am right now. The unfortunate thing is, I don't know where where this actually is. I'm looking around this place, I'm not seeing it. What I may end up having to do, the reason why I'm looking for this, by the way, is because we just need to find one more social chest before we get the one sword set that we have not actually gotten. Unfortunately, I don't think that we're gonna find it here. Luckily, I have a map. $575, $720. So I honestly don't know where these social chests are. I'm just like going around from place to place where I know are guaranteed locations for social chests, but I don't know where exactly it is. Apparently one can be found around Abaco Island, which is where I am, but unfortunately I'm not seeing it pop up on the mini-map. You literally just need to find one and we will get the thing. And as soon as we get this out of the way, then we're actually going to do the main missions. The unfortunate thing is, I don't actually know where any of these are.
Seems you could use a little help disappearing.
To show you what I mean, if you go into Edward upgrades, you go into sword sets, one of the swords the last sword that we can get is the Scottish broadsword, which is gained by finding 3 social treasures. If we go into Abstergo challenges, we go into Explorer, not Explorer, was it Pirate? No. Golden Boy. No. Here it is. Share 3 social chest locations. So, we got 2 of 3, we do not have a third. So another location where we can go is Grand Inaugural, which is found here. I'm also using like Reddit threads as a guide, by the way, so these aren't exactly verifiable as facts, but they are coming from like fellow gamers like myself, so. Apparently it's found in the bedroom, but I don't know where exactly that is. Apparently it's found here. Who are you? I don't know what that random assassin was doing here, but it looks like it's not found here. The unfortunate thing is, this may be something that I'm gonna have to save for later because, these are random events and they don't exactly pop up on the map, so I think I'm actually just gonna continue with the main story. It's just fine. So before we head out, before we do the main mission, I do want to restock on ammo. Something else I will say is we kind of have some tricky missions due in the future. I'm confident that we'll be able to complete them, but there's one in particular that may give me some trouble. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. It's really the third mission. This will also maybe a longer live stream, as I will not only be beating and 100%ing the main game, but I will also be 100%ing the modern day.
Captain Kenway,
You have something for me?
the present whereabouts of the Templar Woods Rogers. He is attending a small political function, so do it clean.
The word is King George is calling Rogers back to London.
Aye, not happy with his progress in Nassau.
Still too many pirates roaming about, from what I hear.
You'll need a disguise to fool the powderheads at this party. I suggest the visiting diplomat, Ruggiero Ferraro. He's been on our list for some time.
Understood. Will you send this to England for me?
Aye, the ship leaves tomorrow.
Caroline Scott Canway, Hawkins Lane, Bristol.
So one of the optional objectives for this is to kill the diplomat within a haystack. So we are of course going to be doing that.
Va bene. I am ready. We go. Before they've even opened up a night. There is no beauty to this city. No expression of joy. No aesthetic plan. You walk your streets like animals. Like cattle with no sense of decorum.
I don't know where this haystack is.
You are all idiots. How you English believe you can subdue the world is beyond me.
So for now we're just telling the diplomat we're not killing them.
Ah, praise God for imported wine. Who can drink rum more than once a month? Mio Dio, it's revolting. Bastard, now I am lost. How preposterous this city is. All straight lines and rigid blocks and still no sense of order. Oh, how I miss the warm and winding streets of Firenze. How I miss culture.
I may have missed my chance.
Damn this sweltering heat. Another quote. Ah, that is the right note. Finest grape in the world.
I'm actually gonna restart a checkpoint because I think I was actually supposed to kill him in the first haystack, which is my bad.
Va bene. I am ready. We go. It's but a pittance I ask, for treasures beyond imagining. You cannot pursue your soul without opening these. I'll even extend my famous one-week-long key. There is no beauty to this city. No expression of joy. No aesthetic plan. You walk your streets like animals. Like cattle with no sense of decorum.
Wanna keep ahead of him so I can make a.
But all he ever does is box the Jesuit.
Ah, praise God for imported wines.
Really? Really?
Va bene.
What the absolute crap?
Go.
Let's try this again. This time I'll wait for the guys to, this time I'll wait for the guys to actually get into position
No expression of joy.
for them to settle.
Aesthetic plan. You walk your streets like animals. Like cattle with no sense of decorum.
Oh, only at the one in our business.
Hurry up.
Ah, praise God for imported wines.
Pirate in disguise.
Salve. Forgive the lateness of my arrival. I am Rogero Ferraro.
Aye, Mr. Ferraro. Not a problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, a toast to my brief tenure as governor Under my watch, no less than 300 of our pirates took the king's pardon and swore fealty to the crown.
Where's it
Yet,
like?
for all my successes, His Majesty has seen fit to sack me.
So the other optional objective is, oh, we have to wait.
Home to England. Brilliant. God bless the fucker.
The other optional objective is to kill Rogers from a bench. I believe he should pass by this one.
Prigs who rule the world with sticks up their asses. Hooray!
And how is Mrs. Rogers these days?
I haven't the faintest idea, and I don't intend to inquire any further. We separated almost 5 years ago, and both our lives have been the better for it.
Forgive my curiosity, Governor.
Perhaps I'll be more candid later, when the remainder of my reason has left me.
God, let me make it back sound.
He was a privateer once. How is it you lack so much respect for sailors only trying to make their way in this world?
You couldn't possibly understand my motives, cretin! You have spent a whole lifetime dismantling everything that makes our civilization shine.
But I do understand. I've seen the observatory, and I know its power. You'd use that device to spy and blackmail and sabotage.
Yes. And yet all for a greater purpose. To ensure justice. To snuff out lies and to seek truth.
There's no man on earth who needs that power.
Yet you suffer the outlaw Roberts to use it.
No. I'm taking it back. And if you tell me where he is, I'll stop the man.
Here at the edge of a blade, I find a friend in you at last.
Principe. You mad bastard. Our best sources say Principe.
I must find Egress. Which way?
You there! Stop!
Run! Reach the Assassin's Bureau. I really kind of like that line. Here at the edge of your blade or my blade, and find a friend in you at last. Is actually a really good line. I like that a lot. Not very often I actually take notice of certain like lines of dialogue, but I actually really like that line.
It's done.
Where now?
Grab your kit and pack well. We're sailing for Africa.
100%. Didn't use any material, so we should be good to head out. Where is this next objective taking us? Over here. So the next objective is called Royal Misfortune. This next mission is called Royal Misfortune and it has two optional objectives. One is to use the rope darts to kill Roberts, and the other is to kill guards by destroying powder barrels. We need to kill 8 guards by destroying powder barrels. Let's get started.
Let's catch this squall!
There's also a challenge for having 100,000 gold. We are 6,000 away from reaching that, completing that challenge. So overall, I've been really loving this story. I kind of regret not giving this game like a fair chance when I first started playing this game. I kind of regret just giving up and just being stubborn and not actually trying to play the game as you're supposed to be, because I feel like that if I did, I would actually enjoy it a lot more. What I love about this game is really the exploration and the world building part. There's a lot of there's a lot of moments where it just kind of made me just go wow. Like in regards to the story, the character development, I absolutely love how Edward just kind of went from a man like motivated by fame and notoriety, wealth, and all that kind of stuff, the typical like pirate motivation, before he ends up like turning into someone that is actually aware of his actions and actually tries to like right his wrongs in a way. Absolutely love that, and I kind of wish characters like assassins like not Edward, Jacob from Assassin's Creed Syndicate just kind of had a moment like that, because I feel like that if he did, it probably would make people more receptive to his character in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Because a lot of the critiques for Assassin's Creed Syndicate is Jacob is just being like, it's just kind of like too one-dimensional. People really hate Jacob's character because he just doesn't care. And I feel like if he had a moment like Edward does, then it would make people like his character more.
Here's one still kicking.
Who did this?
It were a large vessel, the Royal Fortune.
Roberts.
Offered no quarter, didn't say nothing.
Let's get started. We just kill 8 people with barrels. It's funny being back at this location after the last time we were here. Last time we were here, we killed. Was it? Like Horngold's like main man. I can't remember what his name was. I saw a better opportunity. I saw a better opportunity and I'm going to take it. Oh, there's also barrels over there. I didn't notice that. So I'm trying to like, figure out the best way to do this. I'm really just figuring things out as I go along. Now that I know there's barrels on that path, I should be able to make more of an impact.
Hey, I will talk to you.
Get him! Interloper, raise the alarm!
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find another keg.
You trying to disappear?
Hold you.
Got him sighted!
You got it. So we just need to leave. What the fuck? Why did I de-equip my... That's stupid. Somehow I de-equipped my smoke bombs. I didn't mean to. God dang it. That's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid. I did not mean to do that. My bad. I thought I had smoke bombs equipped. I did not know I had pistols equipped. I don't know how I switched them off.
Stop! You bird in hand! Stop! Cut him off! Then cut him down!
Over here, dumbass.
yourself.
How many pirates do you have on this ship, Robert? This island? Okay, moving on.
Intruder! Help!
Really don't care about being effective, I guess, but being detected.
See yourself skewered!
If this was a not detected mission, I'll be really more careful, but it's like anything goes kind of thing.
Why? Who chases me now, eh? Is it a spectre come to spook me? Ah, you're the gaunt remains of a man I sent to hell.
Where is he?
Got him in my sights!
Come on now! Captains aboard! Man on canvas! Let's move!
Okay, let's go. The other optional objective for this is to use a rope dart to kill Robert.
The way is blocked, Captain. We'll have to find another path.
Stunts out! Let's get moving!
Aloft, lads! Loose the royals! Steer clear of that, Captain.
Okay, Royal Misfortune.
Fasten yourselves!
I've hit a sack!
Let's see what you have.
Land, Captain!
Brace for impact!
Careful! That's quite a rough spot.
On your mark, Captain!
Fire!
I can just destroy his sails. I can't even catch up to him. If I can get like a decent broadside cannon.
There's cross trees on the horizon.
British colours!
There's Spanish ships there, Captain. This'll be a mess if we don't hurry.
More of the dog fire!
When you sink his ship, Captain, we've a better than even chance.
No. There's a device with him that needs taking. I'll have to board her myself.
Man the guns! There's more fodder for you coming!
Four tops loose!
Let's take the prize!
Yo, Bartholomew Roberts.
By Jove, Eddie Henry, how can I not be impressed by the attention you've paid me? May the best of we two sing praises of the second!
That's not what I wanted. Did I get him? No, I didn't. Will you stop? Stop! You did? I need him to get off that ledge. I don't know what he's doing. But I can't do anything as long as he's on that ledge. I can't do anything as long as he has he's on that ledge. He needs to get off. I'm gonna reload the checkpoints. He's being really weird.
Unfold, mates! Let's move! Pull them down the hell, lads! We'll bait it!
Don't let them force us! Hit them back!
By Jove, Etiquette. How can I not be impressed by the attention you've paid me? May the best of we two sing praises of the second!
Take the fight to them!
A merry life.
I'm gonna need to replay that one.
As promised. How well I know myself. And what of you, Edward? Have you found the
I'm supposed to hang him, but I couldn't get the thing I want. The right angle.
For what's peace but a confusion between two wars?
Oh, you're a stoic then. But perhaps I was wrong about you. She might have had some use for you after all.
She, of whom do you speak?
Oh, she who lies in wait, entombed. I had hoped to find her, to see her again, to open the door of the temple and hear her speak my name once more.
Talk sense, man.
Oh, I was born too soon, like so many others before.
Where's the device, Robert?
Destroy this body, Edward. The Templars. If they take me.
No, dang it. Okay, I'm gonna need to replay that one. But I need to restock on my soldiers, my crew. I don't understand like why the heck I couldn't hang him. Like I was trying, it just wasn't working. That's so stupid. We're gonna have to replay that mission if we want to get this to work, so that's unfortunate, but... Barely, I was standing above him, but I couldn't get him to hang. Nothing I was doing was working. I also need to restock on supplies. So we will restock on supplies, we will restock on our crew, and this should get us the achievement for recruiting 500 members. And once we are done with this, once we're done restocking, we'll go ahead and replay the mission.
Be that cap.
got the achievement cannon fodder. And so go ahead and we will stop by the general store and restock on supplies. It's really unfortunate that we couldn't get it to work. That's fine. So I know now that it has to be a hang. It has to be a hanging kill. I know that now.
Godspeed.
I thought maybe I could just do that thing where you can just throw a dart at someone, pull him back, and then kill him. But it has to be a hanging kill. Let's also go ahead and we will go to the Harbor Master and restock on our supplies. I don't think we lost too many, but it doesn't hurt to actually be careful.
Have you business to contract with me?
Yeah, we're running low on heavy shots, so good call. Go ahead and go into progress tracker. Or just gonna skip the cutscenes this time around. Really do apologize for talking in the middle of Robert's confession. I was just kind of confused, I guess I'll say. I had a feeling that what I was gonna do was not actually going to work. But the fact that I didn't see like the thing trigger before I killed him, because sometimes it does that, told me that I didn't actually get the optional objective, which is kind of unfortunate. We have to replay this, but luckily this mission isn't too bad. The issue that I'm having is there's a lot of things that it's just essentially all dependent. There's a lot of things that are just dependent on things just going right. And the issue that I'm having is, I don't want this to be too annoying, I guess I'll say. I don't want this to take like too long. And that's exactly what I'm kind of worried about as right now. I'm worried it's gonna take a while, but I'm hoping that this will be the last time I have to do this. Luckily, we got one optional objective done out of the way. I'm just gonna run for where. I'm just gonna run for where Roberts is.
come to spook me? Huh? For the gaunt remains of a man I sent to hell. Hold! He cannot run all day! Keep him in!
I have got him sighted!
What the heck is that? Really? Just crashed my ship. Get back here! Dude, seriously, stop moving! Stop moving!
Captain's aboard! Man on canvas! Let's move!
That was stupid.
The way is blocked, Captain. We'll have to find another path.
Bearing down on land, sir! Ghost the gallants and royals!
Storm, Captain! Looks bad!
Every last scrap
Yeah, this tries again.
Shot on us.
Luckily, his ship was pretty weak, so it shouldn't take us too long to incapacitate him.
take some damage here!
That's done it. We're clear, Captain.
Fire! Fire! On your mark, Naval! Fire! Call in the sunset! Fire! Fire!
Just need to follow him out into the open.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Cheers, Edward!
Fire!
I would like it if I could catch up to him.
Fire! 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 Fire!
Edward! There's cross trees on the horizon.
Flying British colours!
There's Spanish ships there, Captain. This'll be a mess if we don't hurry.
Fire! Look, Captain, the whole place fire! All enemy sail, sir! Got us that fire! Fire! Yes, sir! Good shots and fire! Ready to bomb, sir! Fire! Fire!
Shall we sink his ship, Captain? We've a better than even chance.
No. There's a device with him that needs taking. I'll have to board her myself.
Man the guns! There's more fodder for you coming!
Okay, take two.
Go, heave-ho! Heave! Heave! By Jove, Edward Henry, how can I not be impressed by the attention you've paid me? May the best of we two sing praises of the second.
I need him to... I need him to actually be out in the open. Like, actually a lower elevation. There we go, we got him. We got him.
A merry life and a
Actually, let this play out.
as promised. How well I know myself. And what of you, Edward? Have you found the peace you seek? I'm not aiming so high as that. What's peace but a confusion between two wars? Oh, you're a stoic then. But perhaps I was wrong about you. She might have had some use for you after all. She? Of whom do you speak?
Oh, she who lies in wait, entombed. I had hoped to find her, to see her again, to open the door of the temple and hear her speak my name once more.
Talk sense, man. Oh, I was born too soon.
Like so many others before.
Where's the device, Roberts? Destroy this body, Edward. The Templars. If they take me...
%, sing! Okay, now we just have 2 more missions. Tainted Blood and the final mission, Ever a Splinter. Let's go ahead and we will travel to the general store once again just to restock our supplies one more time. I'm just going to go ahead and state this here. There are 2 optional objectives for this mission. One of them is to use guards as a human shield, and the other is to stay out of combat. Just gonna say this here, this may be the one that will take me a couple of tries. This one, maybe one that I will fail at a bit, but we'll see.
Did the Norfolk...
Ooh, wow. Entire city is restricted. Just stick to the rooftops. Not what I was trying to do, but okay.
Ah, Captain Kenway. I'm assuming this is the friendliest face you've seen since dropping anchor?
Is Havana under curfew on my account?
Aye. Torres seems to think someone's coming after him.
He's not wrong.
A monkey-looking thing? Is that what I think it is?
Aye. Watch. Through the blood of the governor, we can see through his eyes.
That's by the church.
Keep this safe. Just in case.
I'll be at the bureau.
I thought the combat thing was already started, so I'm glad I still have time.
¡Allí está!
Shit.
Se habrá dado un golpe.
Señor, disculpe, pero ¿por qué tenemos que entrar ahí? Ya han enviado a la mayoría de la flota.
¿Estás cuestionando una orden directa, soldado?
No, señor, pero es que...
Bien.
La ciudad entera en alerta, por eso... Asesinos.
Calla. Un rumor acaba con la confianza más rápido que una bala. Ni menciones a los asesinos.
He oído historias sobre ellos. Espero que te equivoques.
But for right now, we're just following him.
Cerrad esas bocas antes de que os las tenga que cerrar yo.
Señor, sí, señor.
¡Oh, Dios! ¿Ahora qué?
Lucas! Oh, jeez! You bleeding animal!
Gracias, señor. Esos prisioneros. ¡Cállate! Bien, continuemos. Vosotros, seguidnos. Y esta vez no vayáis a meter la pata.
So far, sticking to the rooftops is working in my favor.
¡Abre paso!
Still following El Tiburon. This is where we need to stay out of combat. So I don't think that I can go the route that I took at the beginning of the game. What I may end up doing is actually just jumping into the or I could just work on clearing the area. Huh. Okay. I'm actually gonna loot this guy, see if I can get some more sleep darts from him. If not, that kind of sucks. I think this guy patrols to the left.
You're done, Torres. This again, eh?
Yeah, we got it.
You're too skilled for swordplay. No man's immune to a pistol shot, I reckon.
Yeah, there's one. The drone will only shoot at you if you are a certain distance away.
You're a canny one up close. How about a little gunplay?
I'm trying to get him. And now it's just, come on now, Taverns, use your gun.
I can't score a hit like this. Are you weak against bullets?
Yes, I get the idea, Edward.
You're too skilled for swordplay. Are you weak against bullets?
Trying to regenerate health right now.
I can't score a hit like this. How about a little gunplay? You're a canny one up close. No man's immune to a pistol shot, I reckon.
I don't know why he's not using his pistol. He only uses a pistol when he is far away from you. Or when you are far away from him, I should say.
How about a little gunplay?
And I need him to use his pistol so he can get one more human shield kill. That's not what I wanted.
You're a canny one up close. Are you weak against bullets?
Okay, he actually goes down pretty fast. If I can just get him to use his pistol once.
¡Puedo disparar en el punto de mira!
I just need him to use his pistol, and he's not using his pistol.
¡Es mío! ¡No escapará! ¡Es mío! ¡Puedo darle! ¡Tengo línea de tiro! ¡Puedo darle! ¿Crees que puedes despistarnos?
I didn't realize he was firing. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
¡No lo perdáis!
You're too skilled for swordplay.
¡He dicho que pares!
No man's immune to a pistol shot, I reckon.
I need to kill you. Okay, well, we got one.
Anyone up close? No man's immune to a pistol shot, I reckon.
Get out of there!
How about a gun club?
¡Alto, camarada!
That should be 100%.
If you could speak, mate, it would gladden me to hear your side. You humbled me once, and I took that hard lesson, and I bettered myself. Die, knowing that for all of our conflict, you helped make a soldier out of a scoundrel.
Man, a few words.
For a lasting peace, down among the dead.
Okay, well, we got the hard one. Just need to become anonymous. Well, that was fun. It really wasn't that bad. It really wasn't that bad at all. It was just kind of frustrating a little bit. I was honestly kind of expecting to actually hear Tiburon say something, but I guess he's just meant to be like a silent character. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just I would actually kind of like to hear what it sounded like, what his voice was. Also, was not expecting to have like a handlebar mustache. That's kind of funny. I always loved handlebar mustaches. I always thought those are kind of cool. Luckily, we are almost at the bureau.
We got word Taurus left the city. Who were you chasing?
That vial was labeled Torres, but held the blood of his second. Where's he gone?
Left port this morning, heading west along the coast.
The observatory.
Will we follow?
Send word to Atabai. We've cornered our man.
%100% sync. Before we do this next main mission, which will take us back to the observatory over here, let us actually stock on supplies. Because we used a lot of materials there, so... And I definitely need sleep dogs for what's coming up. We definitely need sleep darts, and we may need smoke bombs. So it's good to stock up on supplies while we have it. Okay, now let's do the next main mission. The last main mission, I should say.
Bane's out, let's go!
What's this Taurus doing looking for the observatory? When you're holding the treasure yourself?
Torres doesn't know I have it.
So why bring it to him and risk its capture?
I'd like him to know I have it, just before he dies.
Edward, there's a fleet blocking the cove we want.
Aye, the Armada. That's Torres and his men.
And you're going to do what exactly?
Find our way past them.
Captain! Human flot swimming broad, Captain! Seems to be survived.
You know what? Let's have one more naval battle.
Spaniards! They're all alone, sir!
Mortars there!
Fire! Awaiting orders, sir! Fire! Fire! Ready to fire, sir! Ready to fire, Captain! Fire! 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 Shorten sail! Get on! There, she's scuttled! Fire!
And now Torres won't have anyone to help him escape if he somehow manages to evade me.
Let's move!
Okay, moving on. That was fun. I should point this out. This will likely not be uploaded onto my YouTube channel until maybe about Sunday or Monday. And that's because pretty much all day on Saturday and part of the day on Sunday, I will be doing the 24-hour live stream.
Who's this Taurus? And what's your man done to earn a death sentence?
He's a Templar, like Rogers and Hornigold. Men cooking up schemes to use the observatory for ill purposes. For power and control. The violence he'd cause with this thing would be subtle but heavy. Deadly, yet leaving no mark. Does that make sense?
Like, if there was a drought and people was thirsty, and one man had a large cask of water but gave a sip to none, he'd be a killer with no blood in his hands.
Aye, like that.
Fair enough.
So first optional objective is to save 7 guardians. Shouldn't be too bad.
Lord, there's a bit of a chill, isn't there?
Can't believe we're about to beat the game.
Thought we might see some soldiers and the like. Maybe they've gone?
No, they're here. Deep in the jungle.
I haven't beaten an Assassin's Creed game. I think that's the last time I beat one was Assassin's Creed 3 when I streamed that game. I've not beaten that game since, and I'm actually really excited to actually beat this game because this will be the first time that I've
What should we do?
beaten him.
Jeez, look at all this. Corpses for miles.
I
They
never,
brought every ounce of menace they had.
I've never beaten Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and I'm so freaking excited. They'll also be kind of interesting because I don't really remember the ending that well. So it'll be kind of interesting to see like what actually takes place. There you go, I freed you. Was it 5 more ago? Next up. So as I was saying, I will likely not be able to upload this until Monday or maybe even Sunday. I keep on interrupting myself, but it's because I will be streaming the 24-hour live stream on Saturday and part of Sunday, and I don't think that I will be able to actually do the be able to upload it until the time when I actually am able to take a break and recharge my batteries.
Alto! Alto ahí!
Okay, this should get us the optimal objective. Optimal objective complete. Let's move on. The only other thing that we have to worry about is using the temple's defenses to kill 4 guards, which shouldn't be that bad.
All so strange. What is this?
Later, Anne. I'll tell you all when this is finished.
I will say, now that we are nearing the end, as per usual, expect my overall review and critique of this game once we reach the credits scene. As I do for each, I do for each game I play on this channel. If you are curious as to which game I think I will complete next, I am honestly thinking that the next game that will be completed on my channel may be Kingdom Hearts 1. That I feel is the closest.
Aye. Stand watch here, and let none follow.
Spitfire that doesn't fight sight.
¡Mis piernas! ¡Oh, mis piernas! ¡Venga, muévete! ¡No puedo! ¡Mis piernas no responden! ¡Déjalo! ¡Déjalo! ¡Moriremos todos! ¿Has oído? ¡Levántate! ¡No quiero dejarte aquí! ¡Será vuestro funeral! ¡Está aquí! ¡El pirata está aquí!
Okay. actually kind of an interesting platforming segment.
Hemos activado algo. Nuestro deber es quedarnos culpables. ¿Dónde van? Este viejo conseguirá que nos maten a todos. Se castigarán por esto, cobardes. ¿Quién me va a castigar? ¿Un hombre muerto? ¡Rodeada esa rata! ¡Allá va una granada! ¡No te acerques a eso!
There you go. Let's go kill Loriana Torres now.
¡Está aquí! ¡Matadlo!
Don't touch the lights. I don't know why I can't climb to the left. I did not know that's what I was gonna do, so now I know, and knowing it's half the battle. G.I. Jose. That's a reference to Family Guy, by the way. G.I. Joe, that was more of a reference to G.I. Joe, not G.I. Jose, but G.I. Jose was a Family Guy skit. Oh shit. Well, I did not see that coming. Please don't put me that far back. Too far back. You dick. Oh, well, at least it's not that bad. I did not even know that there was going to be a light there, so that was my bad. I should have been more patient. Come on. Okay, let's try this again. This time let's not be stupid.
You have not yet accomplished. I could show you things. Mysteries.
I have to wait until the opportunity aligns itself.
Captain Kenway, ever a splinter in my side. Does this murder fulfill you?
I'm only seeing a job done, Torres. As you'd have done with me.
As we have done, I think. You have no family anymore, no friends, no future. Your losses are far greater than ours.
That may be. But killing you rights a far greater wrong than ever I did.
You honestly believe that?
You would see all of mankind corralled into a neatly furnished prison, safe and sober, yet dulled beyond reason and sapped of all spirit. So with everything I've seen and learned in these last years, I do believe it.
You wear your convictions well. They suit you.
That's another line I like. You wear your convictions well, they suit you. That's another good line.
Torres awakened something fierce. Are we safe?
With the device returned, I believe so.
What do you call this place?
Captain Kenway's Folly!
Hetzawol Tesu Tukila. Ka Wenen. We will seal this place and discard the key. Until another sage appears, this door will remain locked.
There were vials when I came here last. Filled with the blood of ancient men, Robert said, but they're gone now.
Then it's up to us to recover them, before the Templars catch wind of this. You could join us in that cause.
I will, but only after I fix what I mangled back home.
It arrived last week.
Bad news, I take it. And 100% sync! That should get us an achievement. Not only for completing sequence 12, but getting 100% of all mission constraints.
Wakey, wakey. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Not in this era, anyway. I wish I could explain all this strangeness, but but there isn't much
The
time.
fuck is Gavin7607?
You saw my beloved Juno, and for a brief moment, I thought she might occupy this tender body of yours. But something went wrong, and now she's back out there, adrift. Oh, she was magnificent once, one of a race of beautiful, wonderful creatures. They created your kind. Did you know that? Your people were tools to them. That's all you have ever been. That's all you should ever be. One day soon, I hope. For the world is nearly ready for her return. Wired. Prepared for a second coming. Uh-oh. Here they come. Those Templars. Or maybe assassins this time. Idiots. All of them. I envy you. It was her wish that I be here to greet her. It was her experiment that made it possible for my rebirth as one of these things.
Stay down! Get down on your back! Now! He's got a gun!
Guide me into the grave, beloved! I am your instrument!
Put the gun down! Drop it! Drop your weapon!
And dead.
Clear! Clear! Check his vitals. He's bleeding fast. Check the victim.
Are you okay? Can you hear me? Hello? Talk to me. You alright?
I would if I could talk to you, but I'm a silent protagonist.
There you are. Thank God. I hope you feel well. You look good. Can you stand? Good. Try walking around. A doctor came by, said there wasn't anything to worry about. That the liquid in the syringe was far, far below a lethal dose. I feel terrible about all this. About everything. All our evidence pointed to you, but it was John all along. God, the things we found on his computer. Whatever you need, we'll provide. You've done an amazing job. Speaking of which, our trailer is finished. Would you like to see it?
Sure.
I owe you that much.
Blackbeard the musical.
I uploaded it to your
I see
database.
that right?
You can watch it here or at your Animus. I think you'll love it. It really captures the essence of the era. So, take care. And again, thank you.
In a world where pirates rule the waves,
That is so
these
cheesy.
men will discover that nothing is sacred and everyone is committed to rum, plunder, and women.
Hola, ladies.
That is so
summer,
cheesy.
Abstergo Entertainment invites you aboard for the adventure of a lifetime. So sharpen your cutlasses, shine your hooks, and sail with the devils of the Caribbean. This
That
virtual
is
experience
so
evaluated.
cheesy.
Well, what now? Talk, you idiot! Look at the light! Isn't that the battery? I think that's the battery. Hello? Hello? Look, sorry about this. My name is Sean, and back there is Rebecca, my partner in crime. Hello. Bloody good work earlier. Honestly, I mean it. Delivering us all that data. It's really just too bad that our man on the inside was such a, how to put it? Fanatic. Fanatic is the best word, I suppose. We take who we can get. Exactly. Well put. We saw in John an opportunity to burrow deeper into Abstergo's cloud servers, and I'm not ashamed to say we took it. Not realizing, of course, that he was enlisting you to help him. And to blame, should anything go wrong. I suppose it all worked out very nicely in the end. Most of it, anyway.
What Sean really wants to say is, if you're up for more hacking, we are too. John gave you level 3 security clearance before you died. You should use it. The assassins don't have the resources to pay you like the Templars do, but we'll make it worth your while.
Look, we should really cut it short, Bex. 20 seconds.
All right. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. And top-notch work. Really top. Give yourself a pat on the back. And happy hacking.
Okay, what do we have? Sticky Note 13. Our purpose is not ours to achieve, but ours to be received by her graces and instruction. Death to the false fabricators of pleasure and indolence. The old order must be restored to the new order destroyed. True Templars dedicated to order and stability and peace through the application of her iron will and not through the doling satisfactions of pleasure and indolence. I don't know if it's meant to be indolence. I've heard of insolence as a word. I've never heard of indolence. Any case, since this is presumably the last time where we, since we just got level 3 security clearance, we may as well try and finish up upstairs, go. I think this area is completely done. Oh, but this isn't. It's this thing again. Hopefully this won't take me too long. I was kind of struggling with these. Okay, come on. There you go.
Our initial research into the life of Ratana Gaiden focused on a period spanning his late teens to his early 30s, but our researchers came away unimpressed by his calm and stoic demeanor, with occasional flashes of extreme anger. This was not the sort of leading man we felt comfortable endorsing. We decided, therefore, to delve into his early childhood, with the hope that scenes of pre-colonial America might hold some appeal. As you can see here, there is a certain naive charm and innocence to this young boy. Unfortunately, our researchers found this young man's story deeply problematic as well. For one, the omnipresence of the Mohawk culture lacks the balance necessary to tell the true story of America. And secondly, the Mohawk language would certainly be an issue for most of our audience. We therefore feel that although Ratana Tenkon's early life would be of some interest to our more educated viewers, it's unlikely that his story would appeal on a broader scale, being too foreign, as it were, to normal audiences. Our team recommends we pass on this property.
That's kind of funny. So, as per usual, I'm not too impressed with the Just want to make sure there's no sticky notes in here. I'm not too impressed with how that guy's pronouncing those foreign names. He sounds so freaking white, and I know that may not seem like much to you, to people watching this, but what I mean by that is it just doesn't sound right. And it's just, I know that he's obviously probably like a white person, but what I mean by he sounds so white is those little cliches of people trying to pronounce foreign words or names and they just horribly mispronounce it and it just doesn't sound right with their accent. That's what I mean by it sounds so white. Is that a sticky note? No. That's what I mean by it sounds so white. It just does not sound correct. And it's just I think they also mispronounced Altair's name as well. Ibn Lahad. Which, if you play the games, you would know his name is pronounced Altair Ibn Ahad. And it's another thing that I felt like problematic. It's another thing that I was kind of annoyed with. Just want to see what... That's another thing that I felt was kind of annoyed with. Is just how that person just pronounces those foreign names. It just doesn't sound right. So when I say that he sounds so white, I'm not just trying to like make like a race thing. I'm white too. But it just doesn't sound right with him just saying that those names or those words in a English or American accent. That's what I mean, anyway. Yeah, let's go to the, now that we have more computers here, I need to scratch my ear real quick. Olivier, here is the initial presentation I received. It's a little light on facts, but these guys know what they're doing. We'll know more when they arrive on Monday. Let me know if you feel like attending John. Bloom. Why now? Oh, Bloom, that's the, that's like the security organization from Watch Dogs. That's interesting. Why Bloom? As the world's foremost innovator of high-tech, high-performance communications and security technology, Bloom stands poised to reshape the way we think about information security architecture. Specializing in everything from mobile telephony to home computing to digital imaging processors to networked security systems, we take great pride in the fact that we helped create most of the markets we now dominate. And nowhere is our expertise more apparent than in our flagship product, CTOS, a groundbreaking proprietary security software operating system that is easily hacked by hackers. In fact, one of my favorite things to do in Watch Dogs 1 is hack the CTOS system so I can just peer into people's lives. I always thought that was a really fun aspect. What is CTOS? Confidential, privacy is security, integral. How did we ever do business without it? Accessible with the touch of a button. Available everywhere, all the time. Stable, it just works. Put simply, CTOS is the most stable and user-friendly software security controller ever devised. Can Abstergo afford to pass up perfection? The CTOS dreamed the Bloom promise. A dozen cities, 100 major corporations, 1,000 small businesses. For almost a decade, CTOS has served its clients' need with a track record unparalleled in the modern age. How do we do it? Durable, ultra-light, HD cameras, ultra-speed fiber optic networking, proprietary facial recognition software, multiple fail-safe data centers, cloud-compatible intelligence sharing, 24-hour customer support and service. In short, we have everything Abstergo needs to protect its unique intellectual property and more. The future is in bloom. We look forward to working with you. So what I actually think that's just kind of funny is a lot of people actually kind of view like Bloom and like Watch Dogs and Watch Dogs. A lot of people view like Watch Dogs and there's a lot of people view Watch Dogs and God, I can't think. There's a lot of people view like Watch Dogs and God, what am I trying to think? And Assassin's Creed to be separate. I always thought it's kind of interesting how they actually just they're kind of integrated into the lore, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And it's something that I always kind of appreciate. It's like it's part of like a larger universe. I'm just kind of waiting for the day when we get Assassin's Creed game.
Timestamp August 16th, 2013. The following audio clips were selected from over 160 hours of reel-to-reel tape found in the residence of the late Dr. Warren Vidic following his murder in December 2012. According to labels on the tape's canisters, these recordings were made over a 14-month period between 1980 and 1981 without the consent of their primary subject, Mrs. Eileen Bach, a colleague of Dr. Vidic's and the originator of Abstergo's Surrogate Initiative. Mrs. Bach is now deceased. It should be stated unequivocally that Dr. Vidic made these recordings illegally and of his own volition using wiretaps and hidden microphones. Abstergo Industries had no knowledge of his actions and disavows any responsibility for them.
And we're live. Capacitors at full. Ease the signal in. A little more. You feel anything?
Don't be timid. Double it.
No, we're taking it easy. 20%.
30.
Eileen, go easy. We're 6 past yesterday.
And boost the inputs.
Too risky.
Not if we split the I.O. signals.
25%. Ease up.
Oh, okay. There. I see something.
What is it?
Mein Gott. I hear talking.
You're okay?
Ja, ich höre Stimmen. It's German. Mein Name ist Miriam Kurz. I see a light. It's cold. Ich werde nichts sagen. There's a man with me. Mehr werde ich nicht sagen.
Keep an eye on our vitals.
Mein Name ist Miriam Kurz und ich bin eine Navajo. Des Hitlers Zwang, der macht uns klein. Doch liegen wir in Ketten. Doch einmal werden wir wieder frei. Wir werden die Ketten schon brechen.
Eileen?
Denn unsere Fäuste, die sind hart, ja. Und die Messer sitzen lose.
Navajo,
Für die
that's
Freiheit der
Indian.
Jugend kämpfe Navajos.
Switch off.
Powering down.
Kämpft Navajos.
Get her out of there. Oxygen from the valve.
No. No, Satish, I'm fine, really.
Quit the heroics. Just breathe. Better?
Yes. Yes, thank you. Did we get something?
It'll take a while to parse. What did you see?
It wasn't just seeing. It was feeling. Being. I was scared.
You were shouting in German?
I think I was in Germany. I was in Germany, Satish.
Good morning. Well rested?
Exhausted. Yesterday was an incredible find.
Seems so. What did it feel like?
It's foggy, but I relived the memories of a young German woman. Early 20s, I think. A man was interrogating me, looming over me and asking questions. He was shouting, but I was shouting back. And then this poem just came out, like a chant.
Fascinating. I'm eager for you to hear the tape.
Is it ready?
Yes, we transliterated the data onto an audio file. It took all night to process the language.
Spool it up.
Of course. Have a seat. Judging by the subject matter and the setting, I'd say you landed somewhere in Germany in the 1940s.
So it was World War
One
II.
or two generations back. During the war, I'd imagine.
1940s Germany? That would be Miriam Kurtz, my ex-husband's mother.
So she's not related to you in any way?
God, I hope not. I'd hate to find out my ex-husband is also my brother.
Well, if it was Miriam Kurtz, then we hit a home run. You tapped into someone else's bloodline entirely.
Should we celebrate?
We'll listen first.
Surrogate Initiative, Test Session 23, July 29th, 1980. Host, Eileen Bach. DNA sample SB1970.
It's a little garbled at first. This is you settling into the memory.
Your name, say it.
My name is Miriam Kurtz.
Louder.
My name is Miriam Kurtz, and I am Navajo.
Where did you last see the artifact? Who holds it now?
Artifact?
I've told you all I will.
I don't believe that is true. Who has the artifact?
Hexler's dictates make us small, and we are bound in chains. But one day again, we shall walk tall. No binds will us restrain.
Enough!
For hard our fists, yes, and knives at our wrists for you to be free. Navajos lay siege.
Lock her away.
Navajos lay siege.
Whoa.
And that's where we pull you out.
Whoa. What would it take to get a visual render of all that?
Months, unfortunately. It took 13 hours just to process the audio. Visual takes much longer.
But Vidic is able to record audio and visual in real time. How does he do it?
His subjects are exploring their own genetic memories. That requires much less processing power.
Hold on, sorry. Eileen here.
Hello. You have 10 o'clock in Lillian's office. It's 10:13 now.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Tell her I'll be right there. And tell her we have some good news.
No problem.
You in trouble?
The monthly progress report. I'm trying to be honest about our progress, but no matter how much I polish our facts, Warren Vidic swoops in, promising the moon for pennies, and gets 10 times the funding for his Animus project.
Well, we are using his Animus technology. He's the foundation. We are the skyscraper.
Which is why he should be a tech lead, not a project director. Good work, Satish.
That's interesting.
It's incredible footage, really. Clear and vivid. And the subject was synced for a full 62 minutes. Came out speaking French after his last session. Passably fluent. And with full recall of everything he'd gone through.
Sorry I'm late. I was reviewing some data.
It's fine. Warren was just telling me about his first subject. Mr.
No names. Call him Subject 1. Confidentiality.
And how about you, Eileen? What's your good news?
Well, we did it. We synced with an unembedded memory outside the bloodline. That's a first.
Really?
Satish was able to process the audio today. A short clip. You can hear it for yourself.
Only audio? No real-time memory feeds like Vidic has?
Well, that's the difficulty with surrogate genetic memory data. Because I'm viewing memories not embedded in my own DNA, we can't rely on my cognitive faculties to help me process the signal. All we can do is record the raw data and transliterate it later.
Hold on. You're running this experiment on yourself?
I am. It's going well.
I don't like the sound of that.
Look, the sample I'm using, the DNA comes from my own son. It's safer this way.
Ah, good thinking.
50% of my son's DNA is also mine, which reduces the danger by a huge margin. Meaning, I can now explore the memories of people who aren't directly related to me on his father's side.
But for brief periods of time, I imagine.
Right. Just a minute or two so far, but we're getting there. Come by the lab and listen for yourself.
I will, when I have a moment. Unfortunately, work beckons. Ladies?
Is that actually Warren Vidic?
That man is colder than a San Francisco summer.
Stay focused, Eileen. You both have important work to do.
Obviously. But my work requires his Animus technology. I feel a little caged in.
That's collaboration, Eileen. It's how science works. I shouldn't have to remind you.
I know. I'm just tired. Stop by and see us today. We have a lot to share.
If not today, then this week sometime.
Thank you.
That's Warren Vidic. He sounds like so young. This must be like 30 years in the past for the current timeline, or at least this game's current time. That's actually kind of crazy. He sounds so young in that, like, at least in comparison to Assassin's Creed 1 when you first see him. If you're wondering why I'm taking the time to read every text-based thing, it's just how my channel operates. I like to read the lore for people that really care about the lore. But we have a new one, M1 Angels. Mama said Count Rosenberg will take care of us now, so long as Papa and Uncle John work for him. Our home is big, but Trebon is a small town. Mama seems happy. Prague, 1587, 1608. Common era, Elizabeth Jane Weston. I have no idea who that is. M01.01 Love. Uncle John, everyone calls him Dr. D, says that not all 5-year-olds can speak 3 languages or write as well as I do. I foretell a bright future for you, Lady Beth. I like reading, drawing, and writing poems, but mathematics are hard. John Francis, my brother, is better at calculations than I am. He is 1 year older. Papa wants me to get the same opportunities as my brother. He says I am fortunate that not all young ladies have private tutors. I study hard to please him. We are fasting this evening, Master Kelly. Uncle John announces. Papa grins. I know what this means. They will be working all night again. After dinner, I run to the parlor and jump on Uncle John's lap. His beard, unlike Papa's, is all white and rough. I ask him to tell a story. Uncle John makes everyone laugh, even Papa, who is usually so serious. He says they have work to do. They have to work now. Mama tells me it is time for bed. I pull the sheets over my head and listen to the low, humming voices coming from the study. I am afraid of the dark, but not tonight. Not with Papa and Uncle John praying. M01.02 Honesty. Papa needs to leave now to earn money. I know about money. We need it to eat and purchase things. I do not want him to go. I give Papa a big hug and Uncle John too. I wave at them until I can no longer see their carriage. How long will they be gone this time? I asked Mama about Papa's work. She says he gives conferences with Uncle John, providing advice to people who need it. John Francis says Papa communicates with the angels. I laugh, but Mama does not. He told me, he says, crossing his skinny arms over his chest. After a long pause, Mama sighs. John Francis is right. Your father speaks with angels. He gains. She scratches her head insight from them. So, is her father another sage? I asked Mama what an angel is. She says it is a being from beyond, a winged entity that lives with God in heaven. I do not know what she means. John Francis says only Papa can call angels. Mama nods, saying he has a rare gift. He uses a crystal ball, John Francis declares. This sounds like another sage just hearing like the voice of Juno. Or hearing the memories of Juno at least. M01.03 Honesty. I seldom see Papa and Uncle John these days. They do not eat. They are fasting again and spend most of their time in the study. I wake up at the start and pull the blankets to my chin. It is still dark, but I hear voices downstairs. Taking a deep breath, I sneak out of bed. I walk down the stairs, avoiding the creaking ones. I fear monsters will jump out of the shadows, so Uncle John assured me he banished all the monsters from our home. I tiptoe to the door of the study and put my ear upon it. I recognize Papa's and Uncle John's voices, but there is also another, much deeper voice within. A loud click. They have unlocked the door. I hide behind the cabinet. Papa and Uncle John come out of the study and walk away smiling. I count to 100, then tiptoe toward the study. No one inside. Elizabeth, Papa says behind me. What are you doing? Papa makes me promise not to go into a study. There are things in there you should not see. There are 100 questions I want to ask him, but I can only nod. M01.04 Wisdom. I have never seen Papa and Uncle John so happy. They whisper and laugh at things that only they understand. Mama says it is because they have done good work. I finish my dinner and ask me to excuse. Mama nods and I hurry upstairs. I notice that the door to Uncle John's room is ajar. I hurry to the door, holding my breath. I peek inside. The room is sumptuous. Uncle John always says Aunt Jane has good taste, and he is right. I tiptoe inside and open Uncle John's armoire. It is filled with treasures, shiny rocks, a black mirror, a wax seal with pictures on it, a gold amulet. Ignoring everything else, I pick up what looks like a glove packed in cloth. Could it be the crystal ball John Francis mentioned? Quickly, I unwrap it. The spear is heavy and feels warm in my hands. It is made of the shiniest gold. On the surface, I see a reflection on my face and Uncle John's. Uncle John grabs the spear and pulls it inside his doublet, and I shiver, but he smiles. You should not be playing with things you cannot comprehend, Lady Beth. Memory 2, MO2 Demons. We have been in Tribun for almost 2 years now. We are happy here, happier than we have ever been. Prague, 1587, 1607, Common Era, Elizabeth Jane Weston. MO 2.01 Pride. Papa continues to work while Uncle John is away. He keeps to himself and barely addresses us during breakfast, but at least he is eating now. I am feeble today. Mama says I have a fever and tells me to stay in bed. I sleep all day and most of the night. I awake famished. I dislike the night, but I am not afraid of it as I used to be. I get out of bed, careful not to make a sound. I do not want to wake anybody up. A pale light emanates from the study. The door is open. Papa never leaves the door of his study open. I creep toward the light on the tip of my toes. I sneak a peek inside. Papa leans over a table reading a book. It has an odd, silvery tint. Papa suddenly mumbles an incomprehensible string of words and numbers. Papa sprinkles red powder on something up on the table. I did it. His wide grin deforms his face. I did it. He picks up a clump of gold. Papa's guffaws made me shiver. His voice is deep and he speaks words I do not understand. I hurry upstairs and crawl back into bed. How long is this? MO 2.02 Greed. I notice Papa and Uncle John in the distance. I pick up my dolls and hide behind the tallest oak in the garden. I try not to laugh as they walk toward me. Papa tells Uncle John that they should change the nature of their work, that they should study alchemy and stop wasting their time with angels. They pass by the oak. The book has boundless potential, Papa says. I need your help to unlock its formulas. I poke my head out. Uncle John frowns. We could work at the Imperial Court, Papa continues. Producing gold is only the first step. Uncle John turns to face him. I hide again, hugging my dolls. You should not fiddle with this book, Kelly. I almost failed to recognize Uncle John's voice. You cannot imagine the evil it contains. It holds more than mere numbers. Papa protests, but Uncle John interrupts. Your associate, Master Husey, the one who gave you the book. I dealt with him before long ago. He cannot be trusted. Papa says they could be rich beyond their wildest dreams. I take a quick glance. Uncle John shakes his head. No, my friend, the book will destroy you. MO 2.03 Lust. Mama is in her room crying. She has barely uttered 2 words in days, and I suspect she has not spoken to Papa. She has been avoiding his gaze. I am reading when a loud clang makes me jump. Is John Francis acting up again? He can be such a baby sometimes. Another clash followed by a shriek, a woman's shriek. I put my book down and hurried to the door. Papa and Uncle John are screaming at each other. I walk out of my bedroom. The shouting has stopped, but I hear sobbing now coming from Uncle John's room. Is Aunt Jane hurt? The door of Uncle John's room suddenly bursts open. Aunt Jane cries out after her husband, but someone interrupts her. Papa. I feel the entire floor shudder as Uncle John slams the door shut. He glares at me. Fire in his eyes. I am paralyzed. My eyes well up. Uncle John takes my hand and pulls me away. You should not be here. He drags me downstairs. You should not have seen this. Huh. MO 2.04 Wrath. Papa and Uncle John seldom speak now. When they do, they shout, which makes Mama cry. Aunt Jane stays in her room. I wish I could do the same. I wake up jumping. Papa is screaming again. I close my eyes, wishing things would be as they used to. When I am old enough to know better. A door slams. I look out the window and see Papa walking toward the stable, shouting, "Envious fool." I watch him disappear into the darkness. I run down the stairs. Mama sits in the parlor sobbing in silence. I crawl under the sofa. It is time for me to leave. Uncle John's voice is filled with sorrow. You will be missed, both of you. Wishing Uncle John good fortune, Mama leaves. I stay hidden and watch Uncle John pace the room. I quietly follow Uncle John to Papa's study. Producing a key, he looks over his shoulder and unlocks the door. At life's end, you will understand, old friend. Uncle John comes out of the study with Papa's strange silver book. I'm doing this for your father. The secrets it holds are not meant for him. M03 Monsters. Mama says she feels at home in Prague, but I do not. Papa will not let me do anything. He tells me the streets are not safe. Prague 1587, 1608, CE, Elizabeth Jane Weston. M03.01 Rumors. I like it when Papa brings me to Prague Castle. It gives me a chance to escape from the house and spend time with him. He is seldom alone home these days. People from all over the world gather here at the Central European culture, as Papa puts it. I wonder why important people frown so much. Papa speaks with an elderly gentleman. His flowing white beard reminds me of Uncle John's. I sigh and take Papa's hands. He does not seem to notice. We do not dare walk the streets, the old gentleman complains, even during daytime. Papa nods, saying that Prague has never been so unsafe. You know why, Master Kelly? The Emperor. He leans close to Papa's ears. He is weak. He gives the people too much freedom. I heard that a killer runs amok, targeting noblemen and alchemists. There's a terror in the old man's voice. They say he is a monster, a giant. Some say he's not even human, Papa declares. I squeeze his hand, wishing Uncle John could be here to banish the monsters of Prague. M03.0212. For my 10th birthday, Papa will show me his workshop. I finally have a chance to see where he spends his days and many of his nights. Most people we encounter ignore me as I follow Papa through the corridors of Prague Castle, but some scowl or roll their eyes when they see me. The windows in this part of the castle have been sealed off with bricks and mortar. Papa carefully locks every door we pass through. Papa's workshop is a treasure trove. There is a myriad of items here, each more wondrous than the next. Colored powders, ancient scrolls, amulets. Papa works all day reading formulas, mixing powders, boiling liquids. I watch from afar, afraid to disturb him. His work is so important. Papa constantly mutters to himself. He blinks a lot and often glances over his shoulder. He makes me nervous, especially when he barks strange words. I cannot do it. Howling, Papa throws a glass beaker to the floor. It explodes in 1,000 tiny shards. I cover my face. I need the book. M03.03 Alchemist. Night has fallen when the young visitor interrupts Papa's work. He enters the workshop and announces that the Emperor has summoned his alchemist. Papa tells me to wait and warns me not to touch the thing. Then, frowning, he takes my hand and drags me along. We must remain quiet. We enter a dark room where a score of old men gather around a long table. Papa motions me to stay behind with the assistants and apprentices. A large man in black clothes with a white ruff and fur hat enters. Everyone bows. I take a step back, hiding behind a lanky youth. The man, the Emperor, sits at the end of the table, scrutinizing everyone in the room. When he raises an eyebrow, one of the alchemists jumps to his feet. My brother has seen the monster. A man squeals like a mouse, speaks like a mouse. It's a holy black, a demon. Alchemists discuss at length. Many alchemists agree this killer, this monster, cannot be human. What if it is a homunculus? Papa suggests. A deathly silence falls upon the room. That's an interesting picture. M03.04 Golem. We leave Prague Castle before dawn. A score of guards escort us and other alchemists for our safety. Why are there so many monsters in the world? Dawn creeps over the I don't know how you pronounce that. VLTAV. Vlatlava? I don't know. That's I think that's a, Prague is in... Is that like in Ukraine? I don't know. I think that's like a Russian word. I don't know how to pronounce that. Finally, we arrive at the house of the last alchemist. We will soon be home. No. Papa will not stop talking to him. I walk to the alley next to the man's house. 2 steps into it and ouch, I bump into an invisible wall. White eyes appear in the darkness. I see it. The silhouette of a giant. Marks covers the monster's pitch black forehead. No letters, E-M-E-T. I stare at the white eyes. What are you? I have been called many names. The monster's voice is strange, guttural. Here they call me Golem. Papa shouts, guards, run towards us. You have just saved your father's life, little one. It rasps. The golem runs towards the river. I see it clearly now. A gigantic body, black and sinewy. Huh, maybe this isn't as simple as like a issue with the sage as I thought it was. Look at that golem bee. The monster jumps in the river. I follow Papa and the guards behind me. I observe the water perfectly still, not a hint of golem. M04 Ghost. We have never discussed Papa's imprisonment. Not one word about it in over 3 years. Now that John Francis is away, I alone must care for Mama. Prague 1587 to 1608, Elizabeth Jane Weston. M04.01 Nightmares. Papa will be released from prison today, but Mama worries. She says he has one last chance to satisfy the Emperor's expectations. Standing in front of the house, I hold Mama's hand. My heart beats quickly as I behold Papa's carriage. I forget to breathe when it stops. 2 paces before us, Mama trembles when the carriage door opens. A pale, emaciated man with a long grizzled beard steps out. Papa! He walks by us as if we are ghosts. Mama has prepared roasted lamb, Papa's favorite, to celebrate his return, but he does not eat. He simply stares at his plate silent. Mama makes idle conversation, pretending without much success that nothing is wrong. Papa suddenly stands up. His chair hits the floor with a loud thud. Papa storms out of the dining room, pushing invisible spears out of his way. He shouts in a strange tongue, the same language I once heard him speak when I was little. My heart is in a knot, but I hold back my tears. I take Mama's hand, but nothing I can do or say will ease her sorrow. What will we do now? M04.02 Failure. The Emperor has restored Papa's status, but soldiers guard our house. They are not here to protect us, but to make sure Papa does not leave Prague. A month has passed since Papa's return. He remains distant, but at least he does not completely ignore us, though we work ceaselessly. I walk through the open doorway of Papa's study, the platter Mama has prepared for him in my hands, and stop. Papa sits on the floor and begins to howl. I drop the platter and his contents splatter across the room. I run to Papa and kneel next to him. Grasp my hand and immediately fall silent. Papa's nails dig into the flesh of my hand. I bite my lip to suppress a cry. He suddenly raises a tight fist in front of my face. I close my eyes. I cannot do it. Papa's voice is weak, desperate. Not enough. Not even a handful left. I look at him. Tears run down his ashen face. Slowly, as if revealing a priceless treasure, he opens his fist. In the palm of his wrinkled hand is a tiny bit of red dust. Curse you, D. M04.03 Confinement. Papa works without rest, even though he keeps saying he has already failed us. He has not slept in weeks and he barely eats. He is but a shell of a man of what's new. Mama shakes me out of his dreams. Elizabeth, soldiers are coming. I do not react immediately, for I'm used to soldiers guarding our house. I look outside. There's a column of young men in uniform in our yard. Their torches cast shadows upon their faces, monsters of Prague. I open the front door and observe and 6 stern-faced men step inside. The officer cleared his throat. By order of no, Mama jars forward. Tears streaming down her cheeks. I hold her back. You cannot take him away. You cannot, not again. The soldier's eyes widen. Papa walks towards us, his face twisted in a demonic grimace. He murmurs a prayer in the strange tongue only he seems to understand. The officer tries to reason with Papa. Howling, Papa jumps on and claws at his face. The soldier strikes his head and he falls. Mama wails as they take him away. M04.04 Tumble. I am 16 years old and some of the guards in Naval Castle have taken an interest in me. They insist on making conversation every time I visit Papa. None of them interest me. Most are boorish cretins, others are more bedraggled than hogs and mud-filled sties. But I always smile and remain courteous. I take a deep breath when in the distance I spot Evan's tower. I try not to think of the babbling louse I will have to confront before seeing Papa. What is this? At a cross at the top of the tower? I walk more briskly than my heart stops. Papa, he stands at the edge of the tower, arms wide open. I run toward the castle. I see Papa clearly now, a skeleton in tattered robes. He stares at me, and no, not at me, but beyond. You have come. Free me, divine messenger, free me. Papa raises his hand to the sky as if praying. Heavenly guardian, guide my fall. He jumps out the tower. I support Papa's broken body. He bleeds profusely but holds my gaze. His demons no longer haunt him. He was wise. He exhales his last breath. MO5 Divinities. News of Queen Elizabeth's death reaches Prague. Queen Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen after which I have been named, has passed away 1 month after my wedding. Prague, 1587-1608. See Common Era Elizabeth Jane Weston. MO 5.01 Tribute. A knock at my door disturbs my thoughts. I lift my head from the blank page on my desk and put my quill down. Come in. Johannes, my husband, steps into my study. A tussock of raven hair brushes his face as he lowers his head. How remarkably formal of him. He apologizes for disturbing me while at work. I frown, feigning annoyance. I fail to suppress it, then smile. I seem incapable of writing today. Johannes' face lights up. His thumb absently caresses the ivory handle of his cane. A package as a bride is addressed to Lady Beth. Lady Beth, only Uncle John calls me thus. I have not heard from him in years. I run out of the room and hurry down the stairs as I used to when I was little. Ignoring the letter accompanying the package, I quickly peel off the layers of cloth covering what I assume to be a framed painting. The painting depicts a virgin queen, 2 ladies in waiting behind her, standing in front of 3 goddesses. How thoughtful of Uncle John. ML 5.02 3 goddesses. Johannes and I stare at the painting, mesmerized, magnificent. My eyes then fixate on the verse engraved upon its frame. Johannes contemplates every last detail, every thin stroke, every subtle hue. Master Johannes Leo, husband, jurist, and connoisseur. See what lies on the ground. Johannes points a finger, first at a golden scepter, then at a quiver of 8 arrows, and finally at fallen roses. Juno, Minerva, and Venus. Johannes shakes his head, laughing quietly. He had not expected me to answer. You should know better. Or Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite. Johannes' nose was 2 inches from the painting. The 3 goddesses whose beauty Paris judged. I remember the story well, having read it several times. This painting is an allegory, my husband says. I suspect otherwise, but do not contradict him. There's something familiar about the painting, is this? Yes. The golden orb, identical to the one I found in Uncle John's room when I was a child. MO 5.03 Fairy Queen. I sit in my study alone, staring at the painting Uncle John has given me. My hands tremble as my fingers brush the edge of the dry wax sealing his scroll. I carefully break the scroll seal and unroll it. I immediately recognize Uncle John's penmanship. Lady Beth begins. I smile, for I am still fond of the private name Uncle John used to address me. Fairest and most noblest of poetesses. Please accept this humble gift from your not-so-humble friend and mentor. Uncle John is much more than that. He is family, a second father to me. I hope you'll find it a fitting tribute for your betrothal. I laugh quietly. I never expected to receive such a gift. If you observe the composition, you will certainly recognize the trinket you once unearthed into my chamber, the golden orb. A golden orb, that's the apple of Eden. I knew it. You may think this picture is a riddle, an allegory, an artist's fancy. It is not. The object in the hand of the fairy queen is real, so is its power, and so are the goddesses. This stream terminated. I actually kind of want to look up, and I actually want to check to see who, what's her name? Elizabeth something? Elizabeth Jane Weston. I'm actually kind of curious about something. She is an English Czech poet. That's it. I think Prague is in Czechoslovakia. She is known for her Neo-Latin poetry. Huh. That's actually kind of interesting. So her father wasn't actually her father, but it's really her stepfather because her mother actually remarried. Her stepfather was actually an alchemist in history. That's actually kind of interesting. I was thinking that the alchemist thing was just like essentially fake, but that's actually kind of interesting. So she is actually like a real poet, an English Czech poet. If you are wondering, I mentioned this before, but if you're wondering why I take the time to actually read every single journal entry, is because that's just typically how I like to do things. I like to be able to show myself getting... Can't seem to do this. I like to be able to show myself reading every single bit of lore for those people that care. This is just kind of more of a double kind of standard kind of thing, because I'm actually really interested in the lore of the games I play. Because I feel like that the people often like overlook the gameplay lore, and I can't seem to get this puzzle. People often like overlook the gameplay lore. People may think, oh, it's just it doesn't really matter in the end, but oftentimes like the lore can really just surprise me. It can really surprise me, and I honestly kind of feel like that the game is at its best when you actually pay attention to the complex lore that the game actually provides. It kind of gives you like unique perspective on the world building of the world itself. It helps you realize like new things about the game or the characters in the games. It's always kind of interesting to me to actually pay attention to the lore and actually show myself reading the lore, even if it's not probably the best thing for Twitch. Still like to do it nonetheless. I'm trying to figure out how to get this. There we go. I'm hoping for a audio log because I would like to have a break in reading. Don't know if I'll get that. Doesn't look like I will. Unlock the secrets of our past. The Morium S2000 stereo log. Looks like it's early Animus technology. That looks like the Animus that Desmond Miles used in Assassin's Creed 1. That's interesting. I am a huge fan of Assassin's Creed, if you couldn't tell. I think I played it like essentially all the games except for the 2D side-scrolling games. I can't remember what they're called. The Chronicles. Oh. As I said, this is gonna be a longer stream as I want to be able to.
Initial reports gave us
Oh,
hope
wait.
that Enzio Auditore would serve as an ideal candidate for future Abstergo projects. His charisma, sexual magnetism, and wry humor gave him all the qualities of a leading man. However, his corruption by the Assassin Order robbed him of these qualities as he fell deeper and deeper into a spiral of revenge. Enzio was frequently known to articulate
Ezio, not Enzio.
He was also a man of ugly contradictions, one who preached free thought, yet traveled well beyond his home country to proselytize his corrupted creed, just as he's doing here with this impressionable Chinese girl. Notice, too, that in his gestures and bearing there is still something of the old lecher in him. Enzio's entire personality is built around pure demagoguery, claiming his philosophy is about love when violence and coercion are his primary means of tackling problems. We have therefore come to the conclusion that Enzio Auditore da Firenze would be a risky character to develop.
As I said, white pronunciation. It's Ezio Auditore, not Enzio. That's really starting to bother me.
What do you mean, disappear?
Okay, that is anti-Ithera mechanism. I don't know what that is. Originally assumed to be an analog computing device built for the purposes of determining the future positions of astral bodies. Abstergo industry scientists have recently discovered that okay, that's two different spellings. And that's also kind of a misspelling. Anti-Cytherea mechanism is merely one small portion of a much larger tool, a so-called prognostication machine, thought to have been used by the first civilization to make probability-based predictions of future events. It has been confirmed, for instance, that our precursor rays use such a device in conjunction with their inherent precognitive abilities to locate and contact Mr. Desmond Miles, the source of the sample 17th strand, for purposes that shall remain classified. It is also known that due to the nature of these quantum probability measurements, that such machines would have been exceedingly difficult to use, and that many hundreds or thousands of trials would have been needed to peak such great distances into the future. Oh. Baghdad Battery. A mystery that has puzzled scientists for decades. The Baghdad Battery's ultimate secret has finally been discovered. This year, researchers at Abstergo Industries determined that these batteries contained at one time a synthetic precursor elements capable of producing power by harnessing energy generated by the passage of time. Eerily similar to what theoretical physicists have called time crystals, this unknown crystalline material was able to generate tiny but unlimited levels of energy simply by siphoning energy from the passage of time itself. Though minute, the resulting power was likely enough to power a small LED, resulting in a humble but incredibly efficient means of producing light. To date, a function precursor time crystal has not been located. Blood vials. This is actually important for the game we're playing. Little is known about the function of these blood vials, though dozens have been found since Abstergo took an interest in their recovery at some point in the late 1980s. To date, only 3 have been found with their original contents intact, and of these, only 1 contained a confirmed sample of precursor DNA. Abstergo Industries executives have expressed a particular interest in locating more precursor DNA, and if possible, samples of our so-called mitochondrial Eve. As far-fetched as this sounds, please take special care to identify any vials you might stumble upon in a memory replay. Unfortunately, as the average half-life of DNA is a mere 500 years, any sample old enough to belong to either source, 80,000 years or more, will have degraded well beyond usefulness. We suspect it would require a minimum of over 250 similarly preserved samples, and a hell of a lot of luck to sequence the entire precursor genome, though the true figure is probably closer to 500. Crystal skulls. These ancient tools have been found on a few separate occasions at alleged precursor sites throughout the world. All are communication devices to some degree. Although 3 distinct varieties have been discovered so far, the first crystal skulls worked much like the mobile telephony devices we use today. These allow multi-node communication between all who possessed a working device. A second crystal skull was later discovered to have a record and playback function, meaning a user could record and send audio-visual messages to multiple parties, as frequently as he saw fit. The third set of crystal skulls, discovered only recently, seem to have acted as passive monitoring devices, much like televisions and a multi-camera surveillance system set up. As yet, the cameras on the opposite end of the setup have not been found. It is unclear why these communication devices were designed to resemble such a macabre piece of anatomy. But we have no reason to suspect that the one precursor race, as intelligent as they were, didn't occasionally fall victim to gaudy fashion. Memory seals. These devices powerful in function but limited in scope. These are the things that Ezio used in Screw Revelations. Were used by the precursor for civilization to record brief memory impressions, which could then be played back or re-experienced by another user at a later date. Judging by their scarcity, fewer than 40 have ever been found or accounted for. It appears that these seals were not wielded casually by the precursor race, but were intended for use only by the wealthiest and most powerful members of that society. To date, no seals containing recorded precursor memories have been found, and only a few have been known to contain any information whatsoever. These seals, used by the assassin Altair ibn al-Ahad to pass memory information to Ezio Auditore da Firenze, are suspected to be functional to this day, but as of this writing, their whereabouts are unknown. As a point of interest, it can be revealed that many of Abstergo's early breakthroughs in genetic memory technology came about through a close study of these artifacts, albeit current Animus technology is not based on their architecture. I don't know what that is. That's a Voynich manuscript. A fascinating puzzle as yet unsolved. We are deeply interested in finding the person or persons responsible for the creation of this magnificent and mystifying tome. All researchers assigned to European subjects living in the 15th and 16th centuries should be advised to pay special heed to any mention of this rare and valuable artifact. Though recent carbon dating has given the manuscript a birth date of 1405 or thereabouts, Abstergo Industries have uncovered highly classified information that complicates this theory greatly. One subject of great interest to us in this endeavor is the English philosopher Roger Bacon. The Voynich manuscript is worth pages that we collect in the base game, so it's actually kind of interesting where we actually see that. I see reference to that. I imagine we're near the tail end of this, so that we're still missing a couple sticky notes.
Surrogate Initiative, Test Session 32, January 11th, 1981. Host Eileen Bach, DNA sample SB1970.
Miriam? Miriam, is that you? Are you in here?
What? they find you? Oh, Jesus. What would they do to you?
Has they hurt you at all?
I told them nothing. All they do every day is ask about you and that artifact. But I didn't tell them anything. Nothing.
I know you didn't, Miriam. But how are you? You aren't hurt?
Not badly, no. I'm fine.
Good. We need to get the message out to Oscar. Somehow. We need to tell him where...
Very interesting footage, Eileen. This is Germany, you said. World War II?
Most of the memories I've been able to access come from a period where Miriam was imprisoned by Nazis in Cologne.
Miriam. Is she still alive?
No, she was my my ex-husband's mother. She passed away about 5 years ago.
Well, she was spirited. An impressive lady.
Definitely.
And the man, Bartle. He made reference to an artifact. Any idea what that is?
My team is looking into that, but it's not our first priority. We still need...
It is now.
Really?
You must have other recordings of this woman. Are there any other mentions of this artifact I should know about?
Half a dozen or so, yes. What's this about?
You have questions, I understand that. I don't have answers for you. Not right now, but I do have money. And if you get me those recordings and bring me any other artifact references you find, then I will triple your operating budget for as long as I can.
Triple my budget? My God, what is this?
9 a.m. Monday morning, my office. We have a lot to discuss.
But Lillian, I don't...
Have a good weekend, Mrs. Bach. Fantastic work.
Hello, this is Carl.
Hi, it's Eileen.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Busy, cold. The winter's been terrible.
Seamus won't like that. The weather's been mild out here.
Well, he's only coming for a month. He'll live, and I'll be so busy he won't have to worry about his mother bothering him.
Still working 12-hour days.
I should move a bed into my lab.
Look, if you're too busy, Seamus can stay with me.
No, I want to see him. We'll have fun.
You're not too busy to be a mom and a genius.
Of course not.
His flight lands at 8:15 p.m. tomorrow night. You'll be there?
Of course, 8:15.
p.m. Let him know you'll be there.
Thanks, Carl. I need to run. I'm sorry. Take care.
You too.
Ah, Eileen. Didn't see you come in.
I'm not interrupting?
No, it's fine. The subject is unconscious. He's traipsing around 18th century New Orleans right now, in the memories of a woman.
That must feel odd. How long has he been under?
83 minutes.
Whoa.
It's average. What can I do for you?
I just wanted to thank you for sending Lillian to see me. She came away very impressed.
There. You see? All these bureaucrats need is a little glimpse of our secrets every so often. They like to feel like they're still in charge.
Lillian is most definitely in charge. She just tripled my budget.
Tripled? Christ, Eileen. You must have discovered who killed Kennedy.
Well, she heard something on one of my tapes that interested her. Something about an artifact. Very vague, but it was enough.
An artifact? What sort of artifact? Jesus, get him out of there! Get him out!
Oh my God.
It'll kill him! He's not decoupled! He's having a fucking seizure! Power down! Now!
Heart rate 170.
Power down! Now! Eileen, Warren here. I was all ready to apologize for the late call, but you seem to be away. Maybe with your son. Listen. Since the unfortunate incident with Subject 1, there's been a lot of dire talk around the office about my Animus project. About shutting it down. About it being unsafe. Typical top brass bullshit. And if they shut me down, then your surrogate initiative goes away too. I'm sure you're already well aware of that. Well, let me be the first to reassure you. This will not happen. I will not let them take this from me. From us. I will not let one death of an undiagnosed epileptic, I should add. I will not let this destroy the decades of incredible research done by our predecessors. And the 5 years I've spent perfecting the Animus. There's still more work to be done. and countless rewards to be reaped. So I wanted you to be the first to know. I have decided to volunteer myself as my second subject. I am convinced that the Animus is perfectly safe, provided I stay within the boundaries of my own ancestral bloodline. Next week, I plan to prove this by staying a full 4 hours in the Animus. I would be grateful if you and your team would monitor my progress. And after this necessary but ridiculous proof of concept, I give you my word that I will work closely with you to solve your outstanding problems. Your surrogate initiative is a bold idea, and I do believe it is the future of the Animus project. But while we have the Animus itself, I do not want to waste precious opportunities to prove its safety. I'll see you in the office on Monday. Goodbye.
That's interesting. So there's a couple things I noticed from that file. He said that the subject was actually reliving the memories of a woman traveling in 18th century New Orleans. If you have watched my series on... I really wish I could expand on the map. If you have watched my series on Assassin's Creed Revelations, Assassin's Creed Liberation, you will know that that woman was most likely... what's her name? Aveline de Grand Prix. And what I think is absolutely amazing is the fact I never actually, maybe I have and I just forgot, but I thought that was kind of interesting. Not only are we seeing information of, God bless his name, of, what is his name? Born Vidic, like, as a young man. But we're seeing information of, like, we just found out that essentially Born Vidic was also a subject as well. I'm also kind of interested in seeing more about this subject that is referenced, this artifact that's referenced. I really want to know, like, what becomes of that. I want to know if Abstergo actually gets a hold of it and what exactly this artifact does. I suspect that that woman, at the very least, may have been connected to an assassin. I'm actually really kind of curious to see, like, what that connection is. That's why I love this lore so much, is you learn so much more about the game and the world itself than you would just by just playing the game normally, playing through the story normally. What I absolutely love about lore. Dang it. I should have been more patient. I'm not really having easy time with these. I never really do. Always kind of struggle. Dang it. I don't really have that many good opportunities to do this. Thank God we're not timed or have like limited tries. That's not what I was trying to do, game. You screwed me. I'm trying to go up, not to the left. This does not make my life easy. I'm gonna wait for one more pass. What? Oh, come on, man. This is bogus. I really hate these puzzles. There we go, we got it. Oh, Haytham Kenway. Suave, debonair, and clever, Haytham Kenway was a hero for a generation of men desperate for a decisive and charismatic leader. Slain by the ungrateful son who could not appreciate the wisdom of his pragmatic, race-blind approach to politics and personal life. Kenway's tenure as Grand Master of the Colonial Rite ended abruptly in 1781. That's interesting. Wait. Any... Nope. Gonna say any, the one we already used. Oh, we missed this. How did we miss that? Sticky note 9. Admit them and submit to them. Yes, we submit that we, by being ourselves the product of an advanced yet earthbound race of intelligent humanoids, we must also therefore be tools ourselves and subject to the intents and purposes of our creators despite our limited agency. Yeah, I just wanted to check to see if there's any things we missed, but we're gonna need to go back the other way. I also want to go back into Olivier Garneau's office and see if there's anything I missed there, over here. As I have been trying to say, but I keep on getting interrupted, and I think I've actually said it once before in its entirety, this will be a longer stream, and I don't know how much longer it will be, but I just want to make sure I complete Abstergo, and I want to make sure that, I essentially finish the game in its entirety. So I really do apologize if this is like getting too long or too boring, but I do want to make sure that I will be able to like complete like all once to complete this stream. Now we're going to the lobby. Not this again. Made it. Just barely, though. I don't know why we're not having any audio. I don't have it either. It's just bugged. So you can just go ahead and pause the stream or the video if you want to read the dialogue, but I can't actually do it. I can't actually have audio play. For some reason it's bugged. I almost had it. Why did I do that? I had it. I'm just being bad. I didn't realize we, didn't realize we don't have the barriers on the side. Got it.
February 12, 1981. Qualitative personal interview with Subject 1 on ancestral research regarding Avalon de Grand Prix. How are you feeling? Any side effects?
Not really. Aside from the headaches. They've been worse since I started staying in longer. But I don't want to stop. I like her. I want to know what she does next.
What's it like? Reliving her memories.
So different. The Animus, I mean. The past. At first it was confusing. Distracting. Like New Orleans, the stench. I wasn't expecting all the smells.
Smell is the sense most directly linked to memory.
When I'm in her memories, it's like I can smell more than I usually can.
In general, women have a more acute sense of smell than men do. I had wondered how that would translate. Anything else?
Yeah. She's smaller than me, but it's like her body could do more.
Did that surprise you?
At first, yeah. The ERA people might hate me for this or whatever, but I don't usually think of girls that way. Climbing things.
ERA?
My mom, my sisters. The animal feeling of Aveline sinking her hidden blade into the throat of...
Go on.
It doesn't feel feminine. What I think of as feminine. But then at the same time it does. Her center of gravity is way lower. That was a surprise. How easy it is to land. How steady I am on her feet. Sorry. This is hard to talk about.
No, it's fascinating. This is what we need. Pure experience, in your own words.
Okay.
Can you tell me about Gerald Blanc?
What about him?
He and Avalon were close, but we haven't been able to ascertain if he might be your missing ancestor. Do her memories suggest anything to you? Does this make you uncomfortable? Remember, these are her memories. You're just playing them back. It's not even acting. You're a researcher.
Like you say, I haven't experienced her consummating anything. That would be... Anyway, I think maybe she was confused.
Oh.
Well, first of all, I don't really know for sure, okay? I mean, guys think about sex more than girls, right? That's a fact.
As a researcher, what did you observe?
Does it mean she's more like a guy if she thinks about... Is that why she's able to assassinate... Well, okay, here's the thing. I don't know her thoughts, but from what's in her memories, physically, the fidgeting, some hesitation, what she looked at, who she looked away from, the things she didn't say when I expected her to. If I had to guess what it meant, I would think she was thinking about sex. But I'm a guy, so I would think that, right? So what does it mean for women to act that way? It has to mean something else, right?
As a subject, you're able to observe more finely than I am in review. What about unwanted attention from men?
Well, I thought that would be the hardest thing to deal with. I'm not into that, for the record. Not at all.
Yes, I know.
But the way she dealt with it, it happened so often. It's like you stop noticing everything she does to avoid it. Crossing the street, eyes in the back of her head. She knew how to handle herself. When she was charming, felt kind of similar to killing. Or the build-up to killing. Can we take a break, Mr. Vidic?
Of course. Ready to go on?
Yes.
Evelyn was black.
And white. On her father's side.
You're sensitive to that?
I guess. I mean, I'm white. Evelyn looks black, so that's different. But you get used to it. Like with the girl thing. Till someone makes you not used to it.
What do you mean?
I don't think I've ever had to think so much about what I'm wearing or how I'm walking. But Evelyn, it's like she goes through her whole life in these uniforms.
Disguises.
People expect her to behave in a certain way.
Definitely. Sometimes I worry I'll slip up and play too relaxed at the warehouse and, I don't know, blow her cover.
You can't blow her cover.
I know. I'm just replaying the memories. I can't change them, I know. But I see it, right? It's a risk. It's...
stressful?
Yes. It's best when she goes out as an assassin. On the roofs or in the bayou. I think she was more relaxed that way. Can you imagine? You're only relaxed when you're going to kill someone.
Let's stick to memories rather than imagination. What about the slaves?
They're kind of just... everywhere. I mean, that sounds bad. Slavery is bad, but no one's acting like slavery's bad. It's fun when she frees slaves. Is it supposed to be fun?
We're not looking for supposed to. Focus on what it is.
That's interesting. So there's a couple things that stood out about that as well, and that is the fact that I did kind of notice that when she said that he meant, I can't remember what exactly he said, but it kind of, to me, made a connection to, I made a connection to, God, what was it? Her disguises. You can probably just refer back to the to what just happened, but he said something that just kind of remind me of disguises from Assassin's Creed Liberation. How she had like 3 different disguises: lady, assassin, and slave. And what I absolutely love about that is the fact that it just was kind of like an acknowledgement, I guess. It's sort of like an acknowledgement of what she, of like gameplay elements. That's just something that I thought was kind of interesting. I also know that Subject 1 apparently died in the Animus. So that's also kind of interesting to me, just how he essentially just kind of portrayed himself, how he just kind of talked. It just kind of gives you the insight of just who he is as a person. Just things that I think about when I'm listening to these kind of things. I try not to talk whenever there's any dialogue present, but trying to find the sweet spot. I feel like I'm going around in circles. I'm just trying to like figure out like what route is best, essentially. I realize I'm definitely going in circles now. I just don't know like what route to take. I feel like I'm getting close to solving this, but at the same time I don't. Because I just get into moments like in the center where I know I'm not going to find a solution there, and I'm just trying to find like the answer, and I'm just not finding it. I'm generally like pretty terrible with puzzles. I just don't have the patience for it. I feel like, especially if you give me a Rubik's Cube and expect me to solve it, I just won't be able to solve it that quickly. It'll probably take me about 30 minutes to 45 minutes to actually solve a freaking Rubik's Cube. And there's people that can just finish it in seconds. I am not that skilled when it comes to puzzles. I'm just terrible. But I'm trying to find, I'm not trying to be bad on purpose. I'm just trying to like find the actual method to actually completing this, and I'm just not finding it. Trying to be smart about this, actually use strategy. If I go all the way to the left, I will stop there. Oh my god, this needs to stop. If I go all the way to the right, stops there. I go down. Oh, wait. No. I don't know the answer to this stupid puzzle. I just want to finish this and move on. We're going too long. I may just end the stream at the 4-hour mark. I'm definitely going around in circles at this point. I don't know the solution to this freaking orb. I keep on getting to this point. If I can somehow get right there. I am getting kind of annoyed right now. I can't get out of this loop. I don't know how to complete this puzzle. I'm literally just doing the same thing over and over and over again because I can't find the freaking answer. I really hate these freaking puzzles. Some of them are just so freaking annoying. What I think I'm actually going to do is I think I'm actually going to return to my Animus and at the very least, complete the main game. I should be able to return to Abstergo and finish it next time. I don't want to have this, like, go the full any longer because I really want to take a break and I can smell food, smell the spaghetti, and I just want to freaking eat and just take a break. So I'm just going to return to my Animus, see the epilogue, just do my usual wrap-up thing. If you are, for those curious, this will not likely be uploaded onto YouTube until maybe about Monday or Sunday. And it's because on Saturday, tomorrow, I will be hosting a 24-hour live stream from 8 a.m. New Year's Eve to 8 a.m. New Year's Day, and I will be playing Assassin's Creed Borderlands 2.
Gentlemen, how do you find it here?
It will work for us. But our goal must be to scatter our operations. To live and work among the people we protect, just as Altair ibn Lahad once counseled.
Well, until that time, it's yours as you see fit.
Edward, Captain Woods Rogers survived his wounds. He has since returned to England, shamed and in great debt, but no less a threat.
I will finish that job when I return. You have my word.
How did Woods Rogers survive?
Evening, Anne.
Edward?
I'll be sailing for London in the next few months. I'd be a hopeful man if you were beside me.
England's the wrong way around the globe for an Irish woman.
Will you stay with the assassins?
No, I haven't got that kind of conviction in my heart. You?
In time, aye. When my mind is settled and my blood is cooled.
Sail ho! Coming into the cove!
You're a good man, Edward. And if you learn to keep settled in one place for more than a week, you'll make a fine father too.
I hope to God this isn't copyrighted.
And all the harm that e'er I've done.
Oh, that's so sad.
Alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory now I can't recall. So let me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Oh, all comrades, ere I had their sorry for my going, and all
We made it to the credits. I think there's gonna be some dialogue between Edward and his daughter. But something that I want to say while we are having the credit scene. First of all, if I get a copyright strike because freaking Aaron Bonnie singing after not receiving a single copyright strike this entire freaking playthrough, I'll be very fucking pissed off. But my overall thoughts of this game is this: it is very enjoyable to me. I really regret not giving this game the time of day. I really regret not actually sticking with this game and actually persisting, because I literally just never really give this game a chance. I rage quit like at the like in sequence 6, sequence 7, sequence 8, somewhere around there. And I never really played this game again. I literally just saw the naval combat, thought it was like the worst thing ever. I played Task 3 and I never really bothered.
The Jackdaw is a ship, Jenny, not a boat.
But did you always know?
No. No, I learned after leaving Bristol.
After you left Mother?
Well, I didn't leave without saying goodbye, that is. It was an arrangement, you see, between your mother and me.
She said you left her. She said you always talked about sailing the boat and making money in the New World.
I did always want to sail a ship. That's true. But not for a lark. To support us. To take care of her. And you.
Not me. Mother said you didn't know about me. She said you worked only once a year and that she never knew where to find you.
That's all true, and I'm sorry for that. If I'd known earlier, I might have come home. I hope that I would have.
Well, you were busy. That's what I think.
I was, but that wouldn't have mattered.
Alright, I think the dialogue is... Never mind.
I see no boat here. Do you?
I mean ship, obviously. I don't see the difference anyway.
Ah, it's a very simple one, Jenny. A ship can carry a boat, but a boat cannot carry a ship.
Why then, everything is a ship. Large and small. But for my toy boats, the one I take into the bath with me.
That's a clever.
This is a very cute like ending. Are you done talking?
Is it hard to talk about Caroline, Jenny? About your mother?
Guess not.
No. She passed some years ago. I miss her, but it's all right.
Was she in pain?
I don't know. I don't think so. She was very happy for quite some time. Then, not so happy. I didn't see her much after that. Then, she was gone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you.
It's all right. You're here now. And we're on an adventure.
Only a little one, I hope. Can't handle too many more surprises.
Do you think we'll see a whale?
Yes, there's a very good chance.
And what about pirates? Will I see pirates?
No. Not much chance of that, I think.
Oh, that's rather sad. I should have liked to have seen one.
Well, he's looking at one right now.
Tell you what, Jenny. As soon as these winds die a little, I'll let you steer the Jackdaw. One little trick at the helm before sundown.
Yay!
And there's a well. It looks like we're not done with the cutscenes yet.
Miss Jennifer Kenway, may I introduce myself?
Jennifer Scott, if you please.
I'm sorry,
My daughter was raised by her mother, Caroline, until she passed away some years ago. Jenny prefers to use her surname to mine.
Ah, please forgive my ignorance.
I will. She may not.
Father, help me.
This little rascal, however, is a Kenway. What's wrong, Hafen?
I can't see the stage.
Up we go. How's that?
Fine. But won't your arms tire?
Hey, I'm not so old as that. But if they do, then we shall quit this posh gig and go and meet your mother for some chocolate at White's. How's that sound?
Yes, please.
Okay, hush now.
That's very cute. So you see little Hatham there. So, I hope to God that does it for all the cutscenes, all the dialogue, but hey, saw that one coming. Complete memory sequence 13, and guess we aren't going to get down percent all mission constraints just yet, but now that we are done with the dialogue, I'm just going to go ahead and just say do my final thoughts here. So, as I was trying to say before, I kind of got interrupted by a young, whatever her name is, Jennifer Scott. I never really gave this game the time of day. I didn't really care for the naval combat, and I didn't really give this game a fighting chance when it first came out. I remember loving this game actually when I first started playing it. I remember liking the idea of Edward being not the typical assassin, of him being a pirate first, and it's just the fact that he just assassinates people. It's just kind of like a little added bonus. But I did like Edward's character. I liked the story from what I played, but I never really gave naval combat a fighting chance. And by the time I got towards the sequence 8 of the series, when I had the story, when I had to go up against a man of war, literally the mission before the shipwrecked mission where you had to kill Charles Vane, I literally just couldn't actually survive the ship, and I ended up kind of hit a brick wall. I literally could not even do anything to survive there. And I literally quit playing Black Flag at that point. And I can't remember if I was getting destroyed by the ships itself, or if I was getting destroyed by the fort. But let's just say that I saw that moment and I just stopped playing altogether. This is the first time that I've ever beaten Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and I may just say that this game has just been absolute delight for me. It's just all the more enjoyable for me to play the game as developers intended for me to focus on pirating, on exploration, on side quests, just doing like absolutely everything this game has to offer has been an absolute delight for me. And I will honestly recommend this game to anyone who is a fan of the series. And the only thing that I would say that people may not be a fan of is the sheer amount of exploration that you can do in this game. A lot of people may not like this game because of the fact there's a lot of collectibles, there's a lot to do in this game. But honestly, I don't think that's a bad thing. There's games in the Assassin's Creed series that just kind of go overboard with exploration and collectibles. I'm talking about games like Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Assassin's Creed Valhalla, who has much larger maps than Assassin's Creed Black Flag. That being said, if you're interested in exploration, if you are interested in the pirate genre, this is a very good game to play. The only critiques I have is I kind of wish that they kind of feel like that the jump to assassinating Templars just kind of came suddenly. Literally, the final sequence is us just killing like all the rest of the Templars, and I kind of wish there was kind of more. It was kind of more spread out throughout the game. And by this, I mean if you look at, say, Assassin's Creed 2, for example, you literally kill like a major Templar like after every single sequence, at the end of every single sequence. That's just something that I absolutely love about this game. And the same thing is true for Assassin's Creed 3, the same thing is true for Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and Revelations. The same thing is true for Assassin's Creed, Rogue, Assassin's Creed, Unity. They usually sprinkle in like Templars or assassination targets at the end of a given sequence. And I kind of wish the game did that a little bit more instead of it just being like random pirates or. It's just, it kind of feels like that after at a certain point, it kind of feels like that we're not really doing much to hinder the Templar's progress, or kind of doing more to hinder the pirates' progress. The fact that we had an assassination mission killing, supposedly killing Charles Vane, the assassination mission killing Benjamin Hornigold, and we also have a mission killing the the quartermaster of Benjamin Hornigold and whoever the heck that other guy was. Yeah, more missions just targeting pirates and random authority figures like the Chamberlain from Sequence 7 than we did have assassination missions for actual Templars. And I suppose that could be because there's only really like 4 or 5 Templars in the game. But I do kind of wish they kind of sprinkle out like a Templar target a little bit more throughout the game, but that's just a really minor complaint. I do kind of feel like that the final sequence, there's a lot of really good lines spoken by the targets when you kill them, and I honestly kind of feel like that if we kind of had more moments like that regarding like those characters, and it kind of would make them stand out more as antagonists. Because as of right now, I don't really consider Benjamin or Governor Torres, to be anywhere near the top 10 of antagonists of Assassin's Creed as a series. He's probably at the very least at the bottom of my ranking of antagonists, and that's because he doesn't really have many moments that really impress me, that really makes me think, wow, this is a really great antagonist. Because most of the game is really just, you're kind of following the perspective of Edward, who is in himself just in like his own little journey. And that's something that I always just kind of wish that the main antagonists had a little bit more of a voice instead of them just being secondary to Edward and his journey. But it's just really a minor complaint. Everything else about this game I absolutely love, and I would recommend this game to anyone who is a fan of Assassin's Creed and anyone who is a fan of the pirate genre. There are many people who consider Assassin's Creed Black Flag to be the best pirate game that isn't really technically a pirate game, and I can honestly kind of see the reasoning behind that comment. In regards to the future, we are not done with Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. Next stream, we'll be finishing up the Abstergo. We'll be hacking all of the remainder of the computers, finding the remainder of the sticky notes before we return to the Animus to do some little bit of management. We have a couple achievements we need to get. We need to replay the finale of Sequence 7, which will get us, which will hopefully fix the achievement that is currently bugged. We need to have courtesans distract the guards while we're saving like pirates. So hopefully we can do that in Havana. Beyond that, I honestly can't think of any other achievements that we are missing. I'm actually gonna wait until we reach the end of this credit sequence, because sometimes they have like a post-credit scene at the end of a credit sequence. But something I want to say is this, as I have mentioned a couple times before this series, just as a quick reminder, this stream will likely be uploaded either on Sunday afternoon or on Monday morning. And that's because of the fact that my 24-hour live stream will probably take, on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, will probably take most of my time. Some things to expect for the 24-hour live stream, something that I have noticed in the previous times I do this, is I have had times where my internet actually died. I had times where my computer crashed. I had times where I really had just kind of had some bugs with my OBS and bugs with my Elgato. These bugs are to be expected, and if I do have an issue where my Elgato dies, or my OBS dies, or my internet dies, I will be making taking steps to try and fix that, and I'll try and be live as soon as I can. This 24-hour live stream will be live on both YouTube and Twitch, and it will be live on Restream.io. If there's anything I've noticed when I have done 24-hour live streams in the past, it is that it does seem to help promote growth from my channel. And I'm honestly kind of hoping, like, for Twitch in specific, I'm honestly kind of hoping for, like, to at least breach, like, 40 followers. On YouTube, I'm sitting at 22 subscribers, and I'm hoping to at least breach 30 subscribers on YouTube. Whether or not either will happen remains to be seen, and if there's also anything I've noticed about streaming a 24-hour live stream is I may get, like, a lot of followers, I may get a lot of subscribers, whatever, but they don't always stay following me. I've noticed that, I think last year when I did this, I got like 12 followers, but only 6 remain followers to me to this day. And that's just something that I noticed over time, and that's something that I need to be aware of. Even though I may get like a bunch of people following me, they may not all stick around and support my channel. I've also have yet to notice like any consistent YouTubers or any consistent followers that just stick around. Because on my end, I always see just one person watching. Just have a little head icon and a number that just shows how many people actively watching. And I always see just one person actively watching, which I suspect is myself monitoring my stream. So I don't expect to get too many viewers or too many followers at a given time, but I do hope that this stream will be successful. I will be streaming Borderlands 2. I will be playing either Maya or Zero. And I'll be starting from the beginning and trying to do every side quest and every main story objective up until the what I'm assuming will be the end of the stream, which may very well be around the bunker boss fight. I don't know how much longer this is gonna take. I'm hoping that it won't be too much longer, but I'm essentially running out of things to talk about. I will say that I think my mom is definitely making spaghetti because I can smell it from up here. But unfortunately, we can't actually end the stream just yet. Still waiting for the credits scene to end. And that's something I could check. So there's actually no, there's only extra scene during the credits, no extra scene after the credits, so I think we can skip this now. The book. Complete 100% of all main mission constraints. So if we look into the memory thing, we can see we're at 100% synchronization, which is great. If we look at the database, ooh, what are we missing? I guess we'll find out like later. I'll try and look into it, but we still have Memory Sequence 7, which we should already have, Siren Song, and that's it for the achievements for Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. We will do that next time. In the meantime, that is going to do it for today. We have reached 100% synchronization. We have almost done 100% of the database. But that's going to do it for today. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Just as a reminder, my 24-hour live stream will be from 8 a.m. New Year's Day to 8 a.m. New Year's Eve. 8 a.m. New Year's Eve to 8 a.m. New Year's Day. I suspect that the next time I'm able to stream this game, I will be finishing Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and I may be starting Freedom Cry. We will see. In the meantime, that's going to do it for today. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you all next time. Hello everyone, I'm just curious as to when I am recording this. I literally just ended my 24-hour live stream about 17 hours early. I think that's the number I figured out. And I am recording this section literally about 30 minutes after I just ended. I just kind of said the same thing twice, didn't I? But if you were watching my 24-hour live stream, my not so 24-hour live stream, know that I'm trying to make it so that that is something that my channel is known for. However, I'm often struggling with the fact with the I'm often struggling with actually being able to stick with the game for 24 hours and remain engaged for the 24 hours. So in any case, we got to 100% today. We got 100% yesterday, I should say. Let's go ahead and read the new entries for the database. Yeah, people and Bonnie. Which one is new? Owing to the fact of their being quick with child, the judge saved their executions until they came to term. Some 4 months later, Mary had her child but died soon after in prison of a terrible infection. Till now, Anne's fate was unknown, lacking execution log or death certificate. It was commonly assumed that her father came to her rescue, paying the governor off and spearing her back to the British colonies in North America, but now we now know the truth. The only question is, what to do with it. Bartholomew Black Bart Roberts. Which one is new? Shortly after this incident, Roberts was tracked by British authorities to the west coast of Africa, not many miles from where he had begun his career as captain. Ambushed by those who wanted him dead, Roberts was reported to have dressed in his finest clothes before stepping out onto the deck of his ship. Directly into a hail of cannon fire and grape shot. In a flurry of projectiles, Roberts' throat was torn out. He slumped to the deck, coming to rest against one of his cannons and quietly bled to death. His crew, believing he was resting, reprimanded their captain before discovering his true fate. When they realized he was dead as a typo, they picked up his body and tossed it into the ocean, giving him a proper sailor's burial and denying any British ideas to cart his body home and put it on display. Thus, with a quiet splash, ended the boisterous career of brash and bold Bartholomew Black Bart Roberts. Caroline Scott. For a time, it seemed as though this odd pairing might produce a lasting union, but Edward's deep love for his wife was offset by his uncouth habits and reckless attention to responsibility. Not content to live a life of middle-class drudgery, Edward dreamed large and fixed on the idea that he could sail to the West Indies and fight as a privateer against the Spanish, or barring that, buy some land and sow a sugar plantation. Caroline tried to dissuade her husband, but to no effect. At last, his drunken antics and wild dreams stained their marriage beyond repair. To further complicate matters, Caroline discovered she was pregnant and could not fathom Edward being an irresponsible father to their child. She resolved then to leave her husband and live again with her parents. Edward was hurt by the idea, but the shock of it did nothing to cure his fantasies. Instead, he doubled down and left for the New World, vowing to prove himself a man of quality. Caroline had her child some months after Edward's departure, calling the girl Jennifer. In the ensuing years, Caroline lived a life that alternated between great joy and crushing grief. She had a beautiful daughter and a supportive mother, yet her father, ever resented for Caroline's defiance, never treated her as a daughter again. In early 1720, tragedy struck with a slow but deadly force. Caroline fell ill and for many months languished at her parents' home, desperate to get well. Emmett Scott, believing his daughter's illness to be self-induced, did little to aid her. What an asshole. Unfortunately, the disease was all too real. Caroline Scott Kenway died in 1720 at her parents' home in Hawkins Lane in Bristol. That's really sad. Laureano Torres y Ayala. Though long since retired by the 1720s, Laureano Torres still commanded great respect and admiration from the people of Cuba. In 1721, he was evidently able to muster a few regiments of Spanish troops for the purposes of a secret excursion somewhere in the West Indies. Torres and his regiment were never heard from again, and though the official record hints that Torres died peacefully at some point in this year, newly collected evidence suggests an altogether different story. Was Rogers. I think it's new from this point. Rogers served as governor for 3 full years in Nassau, and though he did not suffer any more military threats after early 1719, his job was no less difficult. Dwindling finances and a general apathy among the population led to only modest improvement to the city. In early 1721, however, he caught wind that the king was unhappy with his performance in the fledgling community. Rogers decided to return to England to defend himself, but fell deathly ill before he could make the trip, and still later was wounded in a duel gone bad. Recuperating Charlestown, South Carolina for some weeks, he finally left for England in March of 1721. Arriving in England, he found his worst fears come true. He had been sacked, and a new governor had been appointed to run the Bahamas. Worse yet, he was imprisoned for defaulting on the debts he had accrued during his time as governor. Same debts caused by the king's refusal to fund his term as governor. Roger was eventually released from jail and spent the next few years recovering from his plight as best he could until the publication of Charles Johnson's General History of the Robberies and Murders of the Most Notorious Pirates, which painted Rogers in a heroic light for his single-minded quest to rid the seas of pirates. Propelled into the limelight once more, Rogers was given an excellent pension by the king and awarded a second shot at his old job. Rogers returned to Nassau in 1728, a governor once more, a post which he kept to the end of his life just 3 years later. I would have liked to know more about El Tiburon, but I guess that's not gonna happen. Let's see, the new thing we got was Royal Fortune. And art collection. copper field flask. A copper flask engraved with floral forms with traces of gilding. Okay, so that's going to do it for all the new entries for the database. We are still 99% total synchronization. I'm actually going to go ahead and check check the Naval fleet real quick just to make sure that I don't actually have any new ones. And maybe like they introduce a new one since I beat the game. I don't know, but I just want to check to make sure. Unfortunately, we don't have any new missions for Conway's fleet, so I don't think the thing that we're missing is an artifact. It's probably a location if I were to hazard a guess, and I'll need to look up and see which ones I am missing. So, before we end things off, I do want to point out that we are at 100% completion, but we are missing a couple of achievements. If we go into the total achievement list, you can see that we went from about a 40% to 70 in a matter of 5 achievements. And the achievements that we got in this stream, I say this stream, but I really mean the stream that I made yesterday. The stream that this video will be a part of. We got 100% of all main mission constraints. We completed memory sequence 13, completed present day mission 5, completed memory sequence 12, and we recruited 500 crew members. The things that we have left is a glitched achievement, which we will need to replay memory sequence 7 to hopefully get this, and Siren Song. What we will be doing more than likely next stream is immediately when we start out, we will be what's it called? Immediately when we start out, we'll be returning to the Abstergo to finish up finish our hacking of all the computers and all the finding the rest of the sticky notes. Once we do that, we will be going back into Assassin's Creed 4, finding the one entry we are missing, which I suspect is a location, and then we will farm out the rest of the achievements to the remaining 2 achievements before we potentially start the Freedom Cry DLC. Freedom Cry is a DLC I never played before, so this will be something completely new to me. But that's going to do it for today. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all next time.